will be backed by scientific evidence. So we highlighted that civil societies will play a collaborative role in the implementation of the REDD+ strategy, and also spoke to the total cost for this process of developing the strategy. Then there are a number of issues that were raised from his following his presentation, one of which was on the criteria for participation in the carbon credits, and elaborated that you need to know there is a lot of capacity. You need to know the area where you're working and how your coverage will contribute to reduction of emission, how much and who the validators will be. And he also noted that the whole process is very expensive because it requires getting external experts. Nothing. We do not have verifiers, so the issue of participation is a bit complex, and a lot of capacity is needed. And noted that you must have MOUs. You must enter into MOUs with the technical people that you think would be very important in carrying out the computations and guiding the whole process of participating in the market. Then another issue that was raised was with the indigenous people and how they are benefiting, noting that, for example, the Batra were forced to move from the forest in the effort of conserving. So the question was, how does the REDD+ tend to address these people and consider that they are able to benefit? And the meeting was informed that the Indigenous People Framework provides for solutions for such people. And also there is a mandate to have a vulnerable and minority groups management framework. Then we moved into the second presentation, which was on overall Uganda safeguards approach. This was delivered by Mr. Nathan Minosi, the safeguards coordinator at the Ministry of Water and Environment, who defined what safeguards are. And in simple terms, he noted that these are developments which do not jeopardize the environment. And then the efforts should aim to minimize the impacts, the negative impacts. And for any project, it should have minimal negative impacts on the society or the population. They highlighted a number of safeguards, including labor and working conditions, the national biodiversity and safeguard strategy, among others. Then the comments there was that the necessity to have the strategic environment impact assessment as inclusive for some of the strategies, because the participants noted that some of them seemed repetitive. They seemed to be fitting into the strategic environment assessment. Then we went into another presentation that is on the draft tree safeguards by the consultant, Mr. Mugome Xavier, who noted that art is one of the components of the safeguards for assessing climate finance from the forest.
We went into the group discussions. Discussions related to financial and the base games. And then the parameters and the issues And any else that may. And of course, we are doing proposals for employment. They want to identify areas on the ground that could provide information from the others. For a confidence level, we are having to get things to the solution.
Before we go back to groups, so let's take the groups to the see some what was the back. Some chair also here. So some consequences. We have the proposals. Mr. Philip is here with us. Before we resume, as I told you, we have a very big guest with the names of Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner Bob Natif, who is today. He's a participant, but he can't go without giving us some few words. From Bob Natif.
Thanks very much. I'll first the big man. Thanks very much for being here. Let me start by recognizing the fellow comrade, Bob, the senior comrade, Xavier, my fellow staff, and all comrades in the room, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bob Natif. I'm your colleague, but I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment. I have crashed in this meeting, but I thought I should come by just to listen in of what the discussions are, for so many reasons that I'll elaborate. Senior comrade Xavier, remember, been part of this REDD class journey for quite a while. Way back, I don't know whether Xavier remember the carbon essence thing that you did with the lecture bench.
Yes, I do.
And how this REDD plus discussions evolved and you were decided to be given the money. Of course, the rest is history now. We now have a new focal point of REDD plus, who is my brother, but who also doesn't want to invite me on the table. But that's just a joke. So, on our side, I'm wearing a jacket that has 1.1. So everybody was asking, what's 1.1? I know Xavier knows, but he has also asked. 1.5 actually relates directly to what you're doing here. We have talked about reducing temperature rise to well below 2 degrees while maintaining 1.5 on the table. And the concept of balancing emissions and sources to net zero between now and the end of the century. But at the heart of balancing emissions to any actions that we are doing to try and reduce emissions that we projected in our ABC. So you can see it is at the heart of our operations. You can see it is at the center of what we intend to do as a country. Not just as a REDD plus secretariat, but this is something that we frame collectively to show the contribution that Uganda will do. But we also argue that in order to do that, the nature-based solutions that we are putting forward will not actually advance if there are not any other means that we have available. So talk about technology, talk about finance. So that's critical. But in REDD+ and any other afforestation practices that we want to take, we're also looking at other things which I had Christine eloquently elaborating in Arika about the market mechanism. So you go to the market with something of value, and that something of value is kept in this REDD+ architecture that we're trying to come up with, or that we've already come up with, but also has a direct implication of what we'll do in the summer to come. So this is very central for operations. This is very central for our livelihoods, and this is very central to ensuring that we maintain individual livelihood and well-being of our people. She talked about the minority communities. Again, any architecture that you try to come up with exactly points to how we ensure that people who are actually benefiting from this are not left behind, and they're part and parcel of the program that you are doing. So from our side, or from my personal reflection and conviction, this is something that I so much believe in as an individual, but it's also something that we have already stated as one of the key policy directions that we need to take to address as part of climate response. I'm happy you're in capable hands with the senior comrade. I'll tell you where the journey is coming from. Except I was forgotten along the way, but now I am trying to come back into the fray, and hopefully the outcome of this discussion will actually contribute to maybe the endless reporting obligations that we have in the NDCs. Any action that we do, whatever it is, whether REDD+ or anything, contributes to what we're going to report. This time, as we head for COP, we have the global goal on adaptation. I know REDD+ one will argue is beyond the mitigation, but if you're trying to, if any action that you're trying to do under REDD+, I think there are core benefits that we have on adaptation. So again, as I said, you can clearly see that there are clear linkages between what each and everybody is doing in their safe space, vis-a-vis to what bigger policy framework we have set for, but also linking to the international obligations that we have. So I continue commending you for this one, and I very much look forward as an individual to the outcome of this one. Probably we see how far we can scale it to agitate for more financing, but also agitate, most importantly, more collaborations and partnerships that should advance this very big task that we have ahead of us. So with those few unprepared remarks, and with that, those very few insights from me, let me take the opportunity once again and wish you very well, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for give those remarks. We didn't prepare to say, but lately, people have now understood the journey from where REDD+ came, from the vegetable beds, together with the Zambia women. Now, without wasting a lot of time, we're now heading back to our respective groups to finalize the assignment that we have. This will not take more than 40 minutes. 40 minutes that you finalize, then you present what you did yesterday. So if you feel that what you did yesterday is okay, you are ready, then you can go into the presentations of what you did, then you see what happens. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. This one is not. This one is
No, let me not be of error.
I want to put it away.
And the chairman.
Slowly, 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 slowly.
You for warning me.
Where is the?
You first remove me here.
Yeah. Oh, here.
Adjust me.
Yesterday we are very. I don't know how.
So, yeah, it's the first number. Number two.
So you're part of this.
That was the group one, it's okay. Then I was,
That's what shows.
Yeah, no, to go.
So, it's not simple. It's done. Look like ours. Now, the truth. Yeah. You're still there.
Oh, yes, that's
I'm coming. Question time. So. We miss talking about the. It's a statement. Full and effective participation. Yes. Want to read and you know that one gets us. Give more respect.
We said Amman.
Now, now,
Now.
we look at vulnerability.
Stockholders, all the stockholders. Those here, they listed all the vulnerable groups, but they listed, but the way it's said, if you remember that, you can ask, what are the lists here?
Let's put the
So say,
DWS.
and the elder. Among others. Give them a gas.
No, this thing of the special interest is
That category, cannot give us.
yeah, sure.
I'm not aware. Yes.
Legitimacy is about it comes from the national government. That's where you have so yes, they are legally in terms of how they can defined in terms of how they can operate, they operate within the law.
Also, you made that because what the what is missing?
That's what I wanted to say. You said,
Yeah.
that's something.
All relevant stakeholder. We're trying to see how it goes. Stakeholders participation. So they have system. Under that one, we're talking about. Nowadays. Stakeholder, it's almost becoming too soon. Whatever we do, in terms of content, yesterday we talked about issues. Starting from space, we wanted to expand and say in advancing climate change, actually, it's real and actually requires normality. But so in terms of concern, in terms of consultations, you need to come and so when we are coming now at this, much as we are specific on certain countries, we bring a multi-state approach. So let us bring a multi-state approach, because if we look at the SDGs that we are driving for, they say leave no one. You check that we build into the 2030 global agenda. No one behind, meaning that we must put the multi-state. The place is like this. We are procedure for the participation. We define it. We define yes. Because this one now, you put in a bracket and justification that agenda 2030 has good phrase of living normal. So living, we are moving together as one, together living normal. Collaborative strategy, the government and a collaborative strategy. Yes, a collaborative strategy. So one of the things is so we can specify go out to yes, yes, living more one behind is transparency normally doesn't become single-handedly. We are supposed to take into account. We are supposed to take into consideration certain ideological principles. One, you can't be transparent accountable. No, the accountability is an element of that conduct. You can already watching. What is something that is proposed? About information. If you add the one, it's the tax. All the documents have the access. Or maybe the key. Or when it was still there. Yeah, those are the ones that close.
And you say another bit of it.
Let us. No.
Let's see.
They are looking at the industry.
Yeah.
These are the people in the village.
Let's say easy.
Because the university
Even the translations in the language. Form of relative yeah.
is the no, the angle.
Now, this is when. Yeah, because
Responsible for
now, I want us to go back.
just
I want you to go back. What he said. No, I know it's
okay.
in terms of negotiating, which one do you brand?
That is also
No,
by that time to become good.
so I mean, is
Yes, okay.
when you say is, it will look like it's in public. It's like a new vision.
So we use maybe that we use the other word. What is the reason? I don't really because if they want these indigenous people to easily access. For instance,
Easily is like accessing on the street and you just pay and
now if it is on the next one, can you access the information?
now
The information is black. No, what's the deal with it? What else is it for? We have dealers. So yeah, what which responsible?
I will give my minority.
Okay. We are looking at the stakeholders. Don't mind. Started looking for your contact. So what are the responsible contacts?
Chairman, you are going to run that.
What are the responsible contacts?
You be in Uganda.
What are the responsible contacts? The responsible contacts. Still,
I would like to see what's the name?
respect, protect, and also provide all relevant stakeholders. Past action.
Can we identify those areas that will fail?
areas.
I met the participants.
Yeah, that's what
They identified the IPLCs. Then additionally, we put the CEOs around this areas commonly as like-minded.
So who are the people who do this information? Who are the responsible? Not the participants, but the people who are responsible to put this stakeholders together. What I believe that's what the people are.
Can you put the ideas in themselves? The process. Yes, because they own more the success.
So they identify themselves. There must be some person who are so good luck, good luck.
Now, now,
What about the cultural
now, one of the things which are
we can also have politicians. Instead of paying politicians, maybe we can influential, those influential people. They may not even yeah. One minute from Jenna. All good central stroke global government.
Once a lot of government, that is why
They're
talking about sponsor information provided one generates posts and have other institutions. Now, let us summarize here. Just say only government. That's the duty there.
Yeah.
We use non-state actors. Yes, to cover the other.
You know why I'm confusing it? The reason why we are breaking it down. Actually, all our answers from the beginning would just accept government and it acts across one thing.
And we are giving the sense when the report
Even the government, also government.
I would like. Let us first justify. Yeah. Let us justify submission. I like the way you have submitted. I come from Karamaka. Community service. As well. Well, we must have Can you plan the way?
Because I want to be an architect.
Oh, we can even say an ad.
But even was concerned.
You see.
Yes, it does good central government.
Yes.
You put any as a
Yes, you just find them. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
You put central government was talking about some national libraries.
See, when you want to have ministry, ministry. So put so the put a central government. I think you can create this.
That's it, relevant.
Nobody else. Relevant, yeah.
We want the relevant. How many of you captured?
Relevant years, local government, for leaders, and institutions.
We have IPOs.
They should the partners should be the message. To own the benefits because there is a
Thank you, that's us. Oh, you said if.
we can't just see we are critically.
My number.
So time frame. Time frame.
What is the active? Some things.
So,
Project.
Now, why don't we 5 years? So that we can have the test and measure.
When do we start from that? Because you say the first years are about it and identify and then no, yeah, we have
Yeah.
Or 3 to 4.
No, I think you have members of first one.
Continue. Action identifies.
No, the actions are the other. That
Just one. What's arguments transported? So we protect how this adding good.
Yes.
Prior. Prior. Where people have to go in before.
Yes, you know, this is something that we put as a value and a norm. And they say we are accepting. We integrate this into our daily life. Like for protection of it's we are and all this. So you can really accept it is going to have on the it is that is not that will
I say. One thing still improved. When they are able to see those same if they need pose and speed.
That's in this parameter, number of people, I do
My meetings. Or they should. The one see, even all the I would say they are looking for them.
Yeah.
So the idea is that it is an exercise, but we want to have this is what how that monitoring they are represented.
So, number of tentative that is participate, right? Must be presenting partners.
Plus,
But you know what? Plus. You know, they are home guess what yes.
And yes, they have a
Yes. And it's already going to
they are already.
still that's fine.
yeah, it's not the final but that's what I was saying. No count and also with that, no one see that's right. After finishing the policy. Because yeah, it is.
Let us also have yes, already government parties. That is the license. Then after that, we now put the lower local government.
Yeah.
The lower local governments.
Local governments or
Just local governments. Then indigenous people's local organization. Let's use the word maybe local organization. Yes. Indigenous IPL was yes, indigenous peoples and local community organizations. For those who have specific,
Sometimes they call them the CBO. How that one was CBO?
now CBO, I want to say CBO and the works in no one some
Yes, that's what that was.
according to the 2006 but we have indigenous people's local organizations which are just at the national level. They're just like it's like NGOs, but they are specifically indigenous in focus.
in time we have said all right, when that was yeah.
Are we done?
Yeah, I think
Action to identify
Presentation will be first, but still, shall work. Some support.
yeah.
Otherwise, I thank you very much for participating.
Yeah. Not the secretary, can say it.
That's why. Some people want to, that's a, you know, in human resource, in human resource. You can say, can motivate the guy.
You know, which man's they are
the
security expert. Everybody's looking for and they work in salaries. We have not checked about this.
I was a woman. Okay, we shall work. Okay.
Yeah, more insights will come as the discussion. Yeah.
My brother from the Central. So.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I think let's do a with the group. We'll go into the presentation. How many minutes? No. I may give you only 10. Now let me tell myself.
Yeah, yes. I hope you're saying, I hope you're saying. Parents will be on relocation. For parents will be relocation. And number of them, so then number of ongoing regulated processes and computing also those are very important. The last thing is we are also performing the other side. The same. Thank you. Any other? Okay. Yes. I really. The things going for, respect for get and access to justice. Which page?
Yes, I think we've done a lot of justice to that engagement. Group one, done very good work, I know, even group two. So, get back to your respective seats. And we'll go into the presentation. Hello. Let's go back to our respective seats. Earlier you moved. Finalize. So, may I have someone who's going to present on behalf of group one? Emma. Not the yeah. Hungry. Okay, so people only making me. Can you move? 10 minutes only. Thank you.
No, no, I am I'm out of this practice. Like I want to line I'm someone who sub-rulers on paper. So just say, have you come here? So that thing no, psychologically.
But you have to check, you have to know.
It's not like the traumas.
Access to research in the vehicle so that you are left.
For 15 years.
No.
Do you know even anything when I'm in the bus?
You just tell your brain, I'm not that small.
No. That's why people make mistakes. Because you take that.
So you tell yourself to make a mistake.
Yeah, always okay.
What just face? Yeah. How are you? And they have to make a noise. They're struggling with the pain. I see. I see. Document that. Even those who already have this probably don't have this. I'm gonna have some. The Bible, that's the way they are because I hope they are not. That's so what is that sense of doing the group at any kind of time? I don't know.
Yes, dear colleagues, thank you for keeping time. I'm not getting back from the health week. The presentation we missed yesterday before you people make your presentation. It's an online presentation. So the guy is ready. We miss him by this time because he's still somewhere. Just about to take 20 minutes. Okay. Then we come back for the presentation. So bear with us and listen to this presentation of overview of carbon markets in the country. Yes. No. Presentation. An online one.
So in the meantime, we're just not to make you think that somebody has decided not to present. We are just trying to see how we can connect the issue of carbon with this conversation that we have, because there is a whole big pressure in the country. What is our current situation with the carbon markets in Uganda? And so many people are asking questions. Is there anything, then a carbon trade that is going on or not? But that is a broad question. But we're saying, from the REDD Plus perspective, that how ready then can we be to engage and involve ourselves in carbon trade? And the issue of safeguards is quite important. As we build your capacity later, beyond this workshop, there are things we are going to be talking about, like the integrity of this carbon. Because these carbon credits you see also have a quality element there. Just like you can go to Kalero market to buy potatoes, and some potatoes are not looking good, others are nice, all them are units. Somebody will tell you that for me, I cannot eat the yams from rice because they might be contaminated with all these, can name it. But maybe I could enjoy the one that are coming from Lowero, those ones are better. So this is how the carbon market is also, about, because some of the credits are not of good quality. They are not of high integrity because they lack the safeguards elements in them. They don't have a biodiversity aspect in them. They were not delivered with biodiversity taken into consideration, for example. In other words, the Cancun safeguard number, is it that 5? Which talks about biodiversity not being taken care of as we, as we generate this credit. So that's why we felt in this meeting that we needed to, for the climate change department to give us an overview of the carbon market for you to understand what's going on. But try to connect the carbon markets conversation with why we are here in this week. Because this kind of gathering is helping us to refine our self-gas requirements. So one of the standards, but there are many other standards, which is the ACTRI standard, which seems to be a very powerful standard for advancing REDD+ implementation, especially with the results-based payments. So that's why we have this kind of presentation for you to add additional capacity on the situation in carbon markets in the country. Right? Yeah. Okay, good. Thanks. Over to you, Haddad. Produce the.
Yes.
I think. Now, Derek, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready.
So you can start.
I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you.
Okay. Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm privileged to be before you, though online, to present to you the overview of carbon markets or climate change mechanisms in Uganda. As my name been mentioned, I'm Derek Sanyonga from Climate Change Department, Ministry of Water and Environment. Going to the content for this presentation. Of course, someone should go to the next slide, please. Next, yes. I'm going to basically look at around nine actions, though a number of them I'll just go through quickly because they are just climate change basic information. So I won't dwell so much on them. For example, climate change and its causes, effects of climate change, the projections, global response on climate change, carbon trading. So most of my attention is going to be at the carbon trading. Of course, Uganda's experience, and of course, discussions on the new market mechanisms. That's Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Of course, I try to highlight some of the limitations and what the country is right now doing to, first of all, address those limitations, and also to establishing the legal base for Uganda to participate. And of course, at the end of it, we shall respect questions. Yes, basically that's what I'm going to go through. Next slide. So members, you really understand this phenomena called climate change, and of course its causes, but of course much emphasis, much as their natural causes, but we know very well that humans' activities have a greater impact. Basically, in most of the activities we do, including deforestation, fossil fuels burning, among others. So the concept of greenhouse gas effect, you really know it. I won't go going too much deeper into it. But of course, it's important to stress the gases which are really pertinent in this climate change arena. That's carbon dioxide, methane and nitrous oxide. And for, of course, when talk of deforestation, much of attention comes to emissions through carbon dioxide, emissions of carbon dioxide, that's cutting down trees, changing to other land uses, among others. So this picture just stresses, next slide, please. Yes, this figure stresses, of course, the projections of the temperatures, and of course, it's estimated that this is based on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, scientific report on the projections of how the world will be at the end of the century. And you realize that when you take a critical eye to African region, you realize that we shall be in the path of 4.5, around 4.5, which is really extremely dangerous for our humans' well-being and, of course, other living things. So this calls for us to really take action, because the projected temperature increase is really high, will be high to support human stay. Next. Of course, recognizing climate change as a global threat to human well-being, and of course, from the studies that have been done, take into consideration emissions from after the pre-industrial period. The emissions have been rising since around 1986 to date. Emissions have been rising, and of course, temperatures in that way have been rising. So countries in the world sat and they formed a United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Of course, with the major purpose of stabilizing the greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere at the level that would prevent dangerous human interference with the climate system. So countries agreed to this convention, apart from a few by then, which was China and of course USA. Of course, the rest of the countries are really signed to this convention. Of course, with that major purpose to put actions to stabilize greenhouse gas emissions, or to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions atmosphere, because it's a major culprit to temperature increase and of course climate change. Of course, another important agreement was the Kyoto Protocol. So this Kyoto Protocol committed countries to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, under Article 12 of the protocol, allows countries with emission reduction or emission limitation commitments to implement an emission reduction project in developing countries through a mechanism called the clean development mechanisms. So, members, it is important for us to know that under the protocol, Kyoto Protocol, there are a number of mechanisms under which regions agreed to be part. We have EU, European Emission Trading Scheme. We have joint implementation, but those mechanisms really did not, for developing countries, they are not so much relevant because of our low emission potential. Our emissions were really low. And of course, based on the capacity we have as developing countries to reduce emissions, we are very low. So in addition to those, there was another mechanism called Clean Development Mechanism, where developed countries agreed to transfer technologies to developing countries to offset their emission reduction targets. So here, developed countries use this mechanism to transfer the technologies needed to offset their emission reduction targets, or what they intended to reduce. So with this, of course, developing countries were to gain sustainable development benefits as the developed countries offset their emissions. Then the recent important agreement is the Paris Agreement, where countries agreed that each and every country has to undertake same efforts to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions based on their circumstances, national circumstances. So with this Paris Agreement, of course, it gives power to all countries to reduce their emissions, but of course, in cognizant that all countries are not at the same level, with an aim of maintaining the global temperatures between 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees above the pre-industrial levels. And of course, given the fact that all countries were mandated to reduce emissions, it establishes under this same agreement a very important article called Article 6, which provides for voluntary cooperation in the implementation of the national determined contributions. So now that countries under this agreement agreed to work together towards reducing emissions, each country was told to come up with their nationally determined contributions, or what they intend to reduce in terms of emissions, what they intend to reduce out of the global average amounts. So each country put forward its national determined contribution. For Uganda, the first target was to reduce our national greenhouse gas emissions by 22%, but after the update, which was made previously, 2022, we increased our ambition to reduce to reduce emissions, which realized us to set a new target of reducing the emissions by 24.7% of our emissions come 2030. So Article 6 of the Paris Agreement is a financing, or let me say, one of the finance mechanisms under which countries have to operationalize climate change mechanisms to implement their nationally determined contributions. I will not go too much in this. Next slide, please. I think you go to the next slide. Yes. Now, when it comes to the experience, Uganda's experience in carbon trading. Yes, as I said earlier, when I was describing the different frameworks under UNFCCC, Uganda successfully participated in the clean development mechanism. And of course, there are a number of success projects which were registered, around 177 projects. In addition to that, Uganda also hosts 33 registered voluntary carbon market projects with more focus on energy projects and with a few under forestry. So Uganda accounts for 74% of the clean CDM certified emission reductions issued across East Africa, and of course with major one being accrued from the Bujagali hydropower. Next. So under the new mechanism that is established in Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, there are three important mechanisms. That is the cooperative approach. This cooperative approach is where countries come on a table and agree on the transfer of the mitigation outcomes. So it's basically a voluntary-based mechanism where countries come to agree what I'm going to, for example, country X approaches country Y, and it says its intention, because it is looking for investments, its intention to invest. Of course, the major objective of that is for company or country X to attain emission reductions from the country that is investing. And these mitigation outcomes are counted to country X's NDCs, or the national determined contribution. So the reductions are offsetted from the national greenhouse gas inventory of the country where the investing country is investing. I don't know whether I'm clear on that. Anyway, what I'm trying to say that for cooperative approach, if a country wants to offset its emission reductions under its NDCs, it comes to, or it puts the investments in a certain country where it transfers its technology, so that technology reduces emissions in the country where it is investing. So the reductions that that country has gained, it's accounted to the investing country's NDC. So of course, countries have to really negotiate the shares of emission reductions. How much are you transferring? How much are you retaining? So that's why it's called a cooperative and it's on a voluntary basis. When it comes to Article 6.4, this is a successor of the CDM mechanism. This is called a Sustainable Development Mechanism. So the approach, the rules, procedures, and modalities do not change so much from the previous engagement or under the clean development mechanism. Then the other important article is Article 6.8, which is referred to as the non-market approach. So parties agreed that internationally transferred mitigation outcomes, ITMOs, that's that would be accrued from 6.2, generated in respect to mitigation from 21 use onwards. If these ITMOs are to be used towards countries' NDCs, then the host party of the investments has to authorize the transfer of the mitigation outcome to the country, the investing country. Next. What are some of the limitations in this new market mechanism? So far, we can say that there are no arrangements in place for authorizing the use of ITMOs. Not yet fulfilled participation requirements, including defining methods for corresponding adjustments. And of course, much as under REDD+, we have the safeguards to ensure environmental integrity. But when it comes to implementing the entire mechanisms, and of course, the NDC, we haven't yet developed comprehensive safeguards to ensure environmental integrity. We are yet to ascertain CDM activities to transition to 6.4. So what I can update you, much as all these limitations have been highlighted, is as a country, we're in the process of developing regulations and guidelines to enable project proponents to effectively participate in these new market mechanisms. And of course, arrangements, authorization of ITMOs, are in the process. When it comes to CDM transition, we do have a draft transition criteria for CDM projects. So this will be at one point shared with project proponents for their input. So that's those are the few updates I can give you for now when in regard to the limitations and what the country apparently is doing to overcome some of the limitations. I mentioning, of course, one of the requirements for the country to effectively participate in the new market mechanism, the country has to be with laws and policies to necessitate its participation in new market mechanism. Of course, those laws have to be accompanied by the regulations and the guidelines, which I said that we're in the process for developing the regulations. And right now, where I'm speaking, I'm in the meeting where we are trying to have at least a final draft, a draft regulations before the end of this week. So I'm in the meeting where we are contributing to the draft. So another important item is a country must have a national registry and database. This is not yet developed, but of course, as we think of developing our national registry, there are options that we can take as a country. There are registries which we can take as a country. For example, under UNDP, there is an open source registry which we can agree as a country to adopt. Then, fourth, a country must have a national greenhouse gas inventory management system. Of course, this helps to develop standardized baselines, and of course, development of emission factors where they are lacking. So with this, the inventory is in place, and of course, updating the inventory is what's required, and we are planning to update it soon through our biannual transparency. Sorry, the second biannual reporting. Sorry. Then a country must have a national monitoring, reporting, and verification system. Yes, for this, I can say that the MRV tool is in place, but of course, it's not yet operational. So it's in our plans to really engage relevant stakeholders and funders to roll out this tool. And of course, we have to undertake capacity building for all stakeholders relevant in carbon trading, and of course, the climate action at large. So with this, the ministry constituted through the PS a task force on climate change mechanisms, which one of the key role that this task force will do is to, of course, build capacity of stakeholders to operationalize or to effectively operate under the climate change mechanism. But of course, it also has other important roles, such as approval of the projects that will be run in the market mechanism, approval, reviews of the project documents, and all other relevant functions to support the Secretariat to effectively implement Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, those are my submissions. At this moment, we'll stop here unless there is a question or a point of clarification. Thank you.
I understand there are some new concepts that people have just seen as fans here. I want to bring you back to the composition of the participants. Cultural institutions represented. We have civil society organization. We have members from the beginner group. No very much researchers support here with us, and other representatives from ministries, departments, and agencies. So, so many concepts have come in, here it moves, here what? So, the people would like to ask you questions, some few questions before we go to another presentation, or before you leave this, before you leave. Yeah. I would ask.
Yes, I'm with you, though I would request members who are submitting to be a little bit louder, because the gadget I'm using is low with volume. So I just request members to be a little bit louder.
Okay. Good morning, Derek. I'm Harriet Nayanji from Wachizo. I've seen you have endeavored to put in place a lot of requirements that are needed according to how you use your last slide, the requirements and the status. Just asking, what time frame do you give yourself or your department for such requirements, like a data inventory system in places? Most of the data, it seems you have it. You are only lacking to put the established inventory in place. What time frame do you give yourself? What is limiting you? What is hard? What is the challenge that you are facing to prepare this country to be ready to receive services?
Derek, have you heard?
Yes, I've heard that question clearly.
That one is coming. Hello, I'm asking you, or I'm requesting to know, why is it that there are few stakeholders who are participating in the activities and it is the national?
I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon?
Okay, my name is Kavishanga.
Yes, Kavishanga, senior citizen.
Yes, please. I wanted to know, why is it that the thing that does not go outside CCD or outside the ministry? It is embedded there. There are very few stakeholders who are participating, and yet we are supposed to work on. Remember, you've been having like online training, webinars, capacity building, and whatever, and yet we are not participating. So when it comes again to roll out further activities, we find ourselves when we are part and parcel with you, but when we are not on the same organization. One question more. Okay, two questions.
Good morning, Senyonga. I'm Nanyonjo. Thank you for representing the clan. Now, my question is on your last slide, I think, where you said it's a mechanism of reporting, but it's not operational yet. I just wanted to find out, why isn't it operational? What are the hiccups for it? Thank you.
Lastly,
Moderator, Kasa. So I was asking, what is carbon markets? Are there mechanisms or regulations in place to ensure that the carbon market activity benefits local people or local communities? I just want to understand.
only one from the sector support.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Derek. I think right from the inception of this process, Uganda struggled hard to join the process. And there were timelines that were put right from readiness to implementation. I happened to have handled the initial stage in 2009 and the Environmental Act. And between the middle phase that was supposed to end in 2015, how far are we sure that the non-functionality on most of the activities to complete up the REDD process are still having gaps. How sure are we that REDD will be real and not rhetoric? Thank you.
And the very last one.
Yes, Derek, the very last one. My name is Wakari Wira, Philip Eric from JP.
It's the operational.
Then you have been answered.
Oh, great.
I'm just trying to understand.
You say the microphone is not very good. A very quick one, Derek. Thank you for taking us through the financing operational mechanism, which tends to operationalize the national economic contribution. And if I heard it clearly, the mechanism of the carbon trade seems to speak more to the energy sector. And I think you highlighted that so far there are 33 projects in the energy sector. And right now, as a country, we're trying to push for the agroecology component, where we think the forestry would be key, and would be more of a people-centered project if we prioritize the forestry. So what is the plan like? Because in your view as government, it's like you more into the energy, and considering the energy, you're looking at the macro, yet we thought it would be more of a mechanism which will address livelihoods and the forestry sector, in our view, particularly on our drive to push for agroecology, now which is at the level of the strategy. We think the forestry will take also a bigger share in this. What is the understanding of the ministry, and what are you going to ensure that the forestry also takes a bigger component in the market?
So those were the questions. I hope I understand you heard them clearly. So you can now go ahead and answer them.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, members, for the comments. They are really complex questions, and but I try to really do my best to respond to them. Now, one question was raised that what time frame do we have, or we have put in place to accomplish some of the actions that have been highlighted in my presentation. For example, the issue of operationalizing the MRV registry, national registry. Yes, I can say to members that the government does not have a specified time frame, because most of the items listed really depend on a number of factors, including the financial availability to implement some of them. And of course, when you write a project of fundraising, at times they take a little bit longer. But there are those key issues where we have means to quickly implement For example, when talk of course, it also depends on of course, the urgency and the drive from our top officers. For example, when you look at the regulations themselves, regulations on climate change mechanism, apparently, climate change mechanism is high on the agenda, both nationally and international level.
We have 7 minutes.
Okay, yes, both internationally and nationally. So there is high demand for the country to finalize these the regulations. That's why we take it as a key priority issue that we need to finalize these regulations as soon as possible. But of course, as I mentioned, the implementation of much as we develop the regulations and guidelines, the implementation of the regulations must have other components that support the effective implementation. The issue of the MRV, the National Registry, and that's why at some point where we say that we need the National Registry, we know that it takes long based on the national, the financial resources. So some areas we have to improvise when we say that we shall use at this moment, given the fact that we are to implement this mechanism, we need to utilize readily available registries, international registries. So we always look at the priority apparently to prioritize which urgent action that needs to be done. The issue of the capacity building. We always talk to our stakeholder funders to prioritize the capacity building under Article 6 under Article 6. And that's why funders like Emily come into play to really support this action because it's really a priority. So all these actions are a priority, but there are a number of factors which really determine the prioritization, which comes first. Then Mr. Kabishanga was saying, why do we put most of the actions? I don't know. I didn't get it clearly, but I think you mentioned that we don't get out to stakeholders to inform them what's happening in the climate change arena, which I think is not right, because we've held a number of webinars, number of workshops. Still, even when we are developing regulations and guidelines, there's a point where we're going to invite stakeholders for the validation, so for stakeholder consultation and validation. So that's not right. It's not that we don't put actions to stakeholders for their consultations and validation. At least whatever process, at least whatever process we do as a country, we have to leverage on stakeholders' consultation, their views to enrich our strategies and plans. The issue of MRV, why is it not operational? Of course, as I said, it's an issue of capacity, it's an issue of funding. But of course, as a government, we are trying to reach out to different funders to enable us to roll out the MRV tool to the wider stakeholders. There was a question whether there are regulations on the carbon markets. I can say that apparently we are developing these regulations, and we are I just got out from the meeting where we are drafting them for countries' participation. So I know at one point X, and we are going to invite you members to provide your input. Then also when it comes to the validation process. Why is it that we're only focusing on energy sectors? No, that's not right. I just say that most of the projects which were under the CDM, majorly, most of them are energy related, but that doesn't mean that there are no agroforestry or forest related projects. Of course, most of the concentration of some of the companies or project proponents based on what these projects want to achieve first in the near future or long term. So for projects which really want to have credits or to trade to offset their carbon, it depends on the nature of what the project, the nature of or the vision for what for the projects. But that doesn't mean that we don't have forestry. We have a number of them, but of course, the high chunk of projects which we are in CDM under energy. But of course, under our NDC, you realize that forestry has the high potential for emission reductions. And that's why apparently there are a number of project proponents coming to office in that area of agroforestry and afforestation. Basically, those are my responses. I beg to stop here.
Yes, thank you very much, Derek, for laboring to answer some of the questions that were raised. And we look forward for engaging with you again. If at all, CCD will give us an opportunity, or this participants an opportunity, because there are several questions that people had, and then but we are limited by time. So thank you very much, Derek. A big round of applause, Derek. Yes. Thank you. Now we are resuming back to our normal agenda. We have presentations from our groups. Starting with group one, that's Mr. Philip Pakarikuda, order from Jinja.
Great. So, good afternoon, colleagues. We want to have a quick run through of the assignments we were given yesterday. In an inclusive manner, the terms were quite clear, and I think we captured it as we were briefed. Any inconsistencies, then we shall refer back to the person who gave us the terms. But what we shared as group one speaks to how we understood the terms.
So in the event of managing time, we are told to respond to 3 to 5, and I'll straight move to where our responses are. Don't mind about the narrative, that one is for the consumption. So we are moving straight to where our input is. Great. That's where we are starting from. Our first task is to respond to theme 1.1, where we are supposed to do some justice on the consistency with the objectives of the National Forestry Program. And in this one had parameters. And the first parameter was supposed to measure the level of consistency. I will not go through all that narrative because everybody has read that. But in responding to this, we had many parameters. You just for me to scroll. Level consistency, parameter 2, number of REDD plus study options, parameter 3, the presence and number of conflict between REDD plus strategy options, and parameter 4, the level of coordination between the mandated multi-stakeholder arrangements at all levels. And what was our key task here? There are 3. 1, to tease out whom we think is the likely responsible party or the personal entity to provide information in responding to those parameters, but with a lens of consistency up there. So, from the terms of reference, they say this will be discussed during the consultation with the organization. And what is our response? 1, for parameter 1, we qualified the Commissioner Forestry Support Department. Then, for parameter 2, where do we go with responsible for bringing out the numbers of the REDD plus strategy options, the national REDD plus focal point for Uganda. Parameter 3, the presidency and number of conflicts between REDD plus strategy and is supporting policy actions and measures. Don't mind about that narrative, but what you need to pick out here, we are speaking to the national and subnational. Under this component, we are speaking the subnational and national issues, not international. So parameter 3, the responsible party, or where we look for information, is the national REDD plus focal point for Uganda, the Commissioner Forestry Sector Support Department. Then the last parameter, the level of coordination, we qualified the REDD plus Secretariat. Time frame under which we think all this should be done, because we are treating every parameter as a standalone activity with quite a number of actions to be dealt with. In our view, without 4 years would be modest, depending on what we ought to do and what kind of work we are supposed to do. Bring those things to book. 4 years for all the parameters, and they will be running concurrently. We also went to identify some of the actions to showcase conformance and compliance. And we thought some of the actions would be, of course, to do monitoring, to do the review, to do the evaluation across all the parameters. And we closed that one. Then we went to another issue. Another issue, is it that one? Yes, I think it's that one. Now, this issue speaks more to the international protocols and conventions. The other one was concentrating much on the national, sub-national, and other levels. It has still 4 parameters: level of consistency, number of REDD plus. But in this, you realize that now it speaks more of the national protocols. So you continue what we think that it would work. So for parameter 1, because it talks about ratification from the Minister for Water and Environment, it's to respond to parameter 1. Parameter 2, the Permanent Secretary of Water and Environment. Parameter 3, in fact, that has 2. The PS and the Minister for MAIF. If you went back to the parameters, you would see the relevance of MAIF in that, and even the PS for parameter 3. Those two speak to parameter 3. Then the last parameter, the REDD plus Secretariat. So the time frame for us, we just created a conventional balance 4 years, and the indicators still monitoring, viewing, and evaluation. We didn't see much observation here in trying to do that parameter, so we didn't make any comment there. Now, that is what we did yesterday, and we stopped. So this morning, we had to charter very fast a plane to Mexico. And when we reached Mexico, in a place called Cancun, we were supposed to check ourselves whether we have the safeguards. And the leading safeguards under this, we were supposed to do with issues of transparent and effective national forest governance structures, taking into account the national legislation and sovereignty. So here, there were issues of transparency, issues of governance, issues of legislation and sovereignty. Under this, let's proceed. Till you reach where the answers are. Yes. Respect. So here we were supposed to look at the theme: respect, protect, and fulfill. No, that one continue. We didn't do that one. We didn't do that. Yes, because we are dealing with issue of transparency. That was our third task: promote transparency and prevention of corruption, including the promotion of anti-corruption measures, issues to do with governance, transparency, and the like. And the parameters, let's go to the parameters now. That's the theme. The parameters were 5. For us to respond to issues of anti-corruption, transparency, and the like, we wanted to look out these parameters: the existence of a functional benefit sharing plan. Who should take lead? The level of transparency in the management of finances related to REDD plus activities. Then parameter 3, the establishment to establish a functional grievance mechanism. Because these are key actions. Then 4, the existence of accountable governance structures. 5, the level of effort in law enforcement. Now, that one takes us to who should be the lead person and what we think is very important. Continue down. So for you to understand these things better, when you try to bring out who is responsible, you also go back to the narrative to understand. You just proceed. Yeah, just proceed to the answers. You can go back to the notes. When you read the notes, it will inform whether what you're doing is speaking organizing your camp. Begin from parameter 1. Yes. So parameter 1, we should do that. We say the national REDD plus focal point. Parameter 2, the REDD plus secretariat, the PS, Minister of Water and Environment, because that parameter 2 has a number of actors which should coexist for you to bring out the information and also do other administrative things. Parameter 2, we say the Commissioner, Environment Sector Support Services. Parameter 4, the PS, Minister of Water and Environment. Parameter 5, Commissioner for the Sector Support Service. In all this, you realize that we have given a lot of work to the Commissioner for Sector Support, because it's as the apex is the one housing the information, is the information hub in this project. That's why we are giving him a lot of work at almost everything that he must be at the apex of doing this 4 years. Continue. And the observation here, because issues of benefit sharing arrangement. We had an observation in this. When you are treating grievances, benefits, and the like in most of these projects, we realize that when it comes to REDD plus, we are thinking, and we believe so, that the benefit sharing arrangement should not be like that of the CDP. Because you realize that the CDP component caters more for the state. Idea the state becomes the big beneficiary in terms of the sharing. As opposed, yet we are talking about people-centered projects. So the CBD, when you go deeper in the CDP, the state tends to dictate on what could be the shares. So for us, we are saying the REDD plus should be more of a people-centered project. That's an observation. Then 2, the power. We are saying in this, the power in executing, the power must be decentralized. Why? For inclusivity and avoidance of the red tape. We are talking about transparency. When now the power is centralized, there is a danger of bringing out the corruption tendencies, the fatigue, and the level of transparency needs inclusivity at whatever level. So a transparent component should have that for avoidance of red tape and tendencies. Then, in this, we also went through the institution is aligned to do this and realize that the institution of the IGG, because this was talking about anti-corruption, talking about transparency issues, IGG should also be included. We went the narrative and we saw IGG is not there. So that's the observation. Let's proceed.
What is CDP?
CDP is it is not TDM. Yes. It's still about on biological diversity. Yes. You write it, you forget convention on biological diversity.
I was looking at the linkage.
There are many. When you got the narrative, all of them are aligned there. Yes, they are aligned there. Some you did this thing, I don't know for how many months, but he has given us a few hours to make this out of this. So let's proceed. Those are how many for? Is that for? Go back. Go back for the start. We are finished with the transparency. Now, another theme, continue. That one. So we also responded to this controversial theme of respect, protect, and fulfill land sharing rights under this project of REDD plus. This is a big issue in this country. You handle it in a way when you are not cautious of the geopolitics, then the whole thing will lose meaning. And what are the parameters under this? That is the theme: respect, protect, and fulfill land human rights. So the parameters are 2. So there is now parameter 1: access to, use of, and control over land and resources. Parameter 2: occurrences of involuntary relocation and application of FPIC. What is FPIC?
Free, prior, and informed consent.
Absolutely. Free, prior, and informed consent. Very good class. This is really a perfect unit. Because in most cases, what government does, there is no informed consent. You infringe on people's rights. You know? So we are saying, REDD Plus should do the people rights best, not government paying for people's rights. So what are we saying? Continue down now. Who should be responsible? Let's go. Good. Parameter 1, PS, Minister of Lands, is the custodian of all issues concerning land. 2, REDD Plus focal point. It plays a big role here, is the apex of information in all this. Parameter 2, PS, Minister of Lands. REDD Plus focal point. 4 years. Let's proceed. What is our observation? This parameter must consider the human rights-based approach to exports when you are undertaking this parameter. What are these principles? Issues of participation, issues of accountability, issues of non-discrimination, issues of equality, issues of empowerment, and issues of legality. Those principles. It must undertake a human rights-based approach if we want to say that REDD Plus as a project is for Ugandans, not for the regime. But we have had that, not for the regime, but for Ugandans. Let's proceed. Good. Yes. Yes. Now the other side we are talking about land rights. Now there is this country again in this country, access to justice. It is another big issue. Access to justice. So we really REDD Plus bring out issues to do with access to justice. When the project is coming, where do people run to? What do we need? Let's go to the parameters now. The parameters, those bullets will guide the parameters. If we are really to monitor, one, we must understand what are these types of resolved cases and these disputes. Of course, with the details of remedies provided. Then 2, we need to tease out the number of complaints received and manage it or resolved. 3, the number of competing claims identified and resolved. Here you are going to have issues. You mess this thing from inception, then you mess with the project. How I wish ECOP took this approach, would not be having those other conversations. Then type of disputes, or competing claims and stakeholders involved. Disaggregation of information, for instance, how many involved indigenous people and local communities, and how many of these involve women and compared to men. A mouthful of this. It really talks about the likely vulnerable beneficiaries in this project. So now, what do we need under this? Who is responsible and the like? Yeah, we say here because it's law, justice, and we say Minister of Justice. Minister of, here we say ministry, not minister. Minister of Justice, because you're talking about a collaborative framework. REDD Plus is not a standalone. It brings MDS together. You see? But of course, under this MPS, what is the lead entity? But specifically speaking, the theme, we think justice, Ministry of Justice is very key under this, in our view. Then, REDD plus focal person, a lot of work for you, wherever you go in. So there is no sitting. If you are planning to retire tomorrow, we are giving you work, sir. He has accepted to give me a big round of applause. Now, what do we want? That one is answered because we are only one parameter to respond to all those four. But there is an observation here, which is very important. When we are talking about access to justice, I think what we are our key asks and clear coordination mechanism. Clear coordination mechanism under this theme. But equally, that theme also should take the human rights-based approach. I think those are the 5 tasks. We have made the case. Thank you very much. There are questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Group 1, for the first paper that we have put before you. I don't know whether any other group member has modification or additional. All you are comfortable with what? Yes. Presenting. So we're not going to go to. Are you ready? So, Mr. Zambia, yes, I think it's one from Group 1. For a couple of which you're then when you come and sum up all that, yes. But the first one. First one.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'm called Mugen Juprin. Diego Nakasongola, the chairperson for Group 2. The group was assigned to work on the last 5 themes, which meant that we would start from the theme 6 to the 10th, which this was make them 5. The group, this group was a group of minority, though we had strong men and women, and we managed to come up with some additions and subtractions, as will be seen later. You know, this issue of also borrowing, that one just reflects what is also in the local government. You know, Commissioner, you know, that means also we still have some challenges also as far as computer things are concerned. For the meantime, we're still waiting for the password. Then, it has been working on affairs. What we did is we were highlighting where we're doing some of our submissions and additions or subtractions. So it will be a bit easier for you to see where you see where we're highlighted. And as my colleague has said, the chairperson, first of all, even I thank the chairperson of Group 2 and the group of members. It's not an easy task to be a chairperson, by the way. Leading others is not easy. So, Chairman, thanks for that. He's really an exemplary person. As with, you know, these things of works also, by now we'll be very far. We were dealing with things concerned with the indigenous, and this was the first, which was talking about the respect for the knowledge and rights of the indigenous people and the number of local communities by undertaking. The rest you can read, but now I'll do the same what my colleague did. We shall just put the parameters, just read the theme, identify indigenous people and local communities are all equivalent. So here just skip and just move directly the parameters. When you look at the parameters, as actually said, these are the ones which will give you directly the people or the parties that will be responsible. So under that one, under these parameters, we looked at let's go back that one, because we need to know clearly the parameters. We looked at the outcome. Then also we looked at the parameters. You can look at defining, determination, identification of the IPL risks, the number of whatever, then the rest. Then we looked at the responsible parties. Go ahead. The REDD+ Secretariat will work with the institutions responsible for implementation of different REDD+ strategic options, measure and report on the parameters identified above. Then also again, still following the other parameters, the REDD+ Secretariat will work with the NGOs, SOSs, private sector, faith-based and cultural institutions, and CBOs representing IPLCs to prepare actions that reflect IPLCs' interests and present them to inclusion in the National REDD+ implementation plans and budgets. Then we also looked at the time frame. We look at if we have to do that, it will take us about 2 years. So we feel that by 2 years, at least we should be that bad. Continue. We also looked at the actions identified for showing conformity. Although they are told us that can be discussed in those teams, the national teams, but also we looked at there should be baseline survey for that, stakeholder meetings, and database. Continue, theme 3. This also be done. Also, the outcome indicator, we had to need ours also. Traditional knowledge for indigenous people and or local communities or equivalent has been respected and protected in the design and implementation of the REDD+ actions, where for them they are used permission, but now for us also we use that word. I think that one, the FPIC, since my colleague had already mentioned it's an abbreviation, For its use has been granted. He said that that concept is very, very important. So we had to come up with it and then eliminate the other permission, but other than we thought that we could include that one. Continue. And then down, parameters still. Under parameters, also we added something. So it was saying that the parameter to monitor, to demonstrate that the traditional knowledge, innovations, and practices of indigenous peoples and or local communities has been identified, but also we added and documented and incorporated. We saw that also we can incorporate, a bit down. That one also. When we are also looking at the still under that, also we added that one, everything must be documented. I remember they were talking about the register and so on. So whatever you are keeping must be documented for future reference and guidance. Can you continue? Then now, come back again. No? I think we are missing. Okay, continue. Then there was subsection against that. Protected indigenous peoples and local communities, traditional knowledge and cultural heritage. We had also some addition and subtraction. Instead of sincerity, we said, no, let us remove that one. I said commitment to implement indigenous peoples and local communities, traditional knowledge and cultural heritage. Then also we said, can we frame it like this? Ensure commitment to implement indigenous peoples and local communities, traditional knowledge and cultural heritage. So those are some of the additions and subtractions. Continuing. When we went to responsible party and information provider, we said we can add the relevant cultural institutions, local government, the CBOs, NGOs, and SOs. Then we gave it a time frame of 2 years. Same 3 months. The other one was respect, protect, fulfill rights of indigenous people and all local communities or equivalent. These were the outcomes. As my colleague also said, when you look at these ones, these are the ones which are being believable, those are which will be the responsible party. Continue. No, stop there. So we looked at the parameters, only that we only had to make some changes on parameter 3. Extent to which IPLCs lands are mapped, titled, documented, and managed with verification and clear and informed consent. So we had to make that one clear. We had to put it clear. It was not reflected there. So continue. Then there. Then also we added in, we wanted to make the statements become a bit more strong than the way just to be. So we said respect, protect, and fulfill the right of all relevant stakeholders to participate fully and effectively in the design and implementation of the REDD+ actions. Then the theme is to promote adequate participatory procedures. We're bringing those words clearly. Procedures for the meaningful participation of indigenous peoples and local communities or equivalent. Let us continue. Continue. So that is another thing, but just continue because of time. The rest of them. So we had that one. Respect, protect, fulfill the right of all relevant stakeholders to participate fully and effectively in the design and implementation of the REDD+ actions. So you look at the outcome, then the outcome indicators, then we look at the parameters. This is where we're more focused. Parameter number 1, we made some changes. We said relevant stakeholders, especially IPLSs, identified, taking into consideration gender equity and potentially vulnerable groups such as youth. So also added, since I was also there, said, I would be the first here, people with disability and the elderly among others. Parameter 3, that was just English, so I just added legitimate. Parameter 3, participatory mechanism. 4, we added platforms of stakeholders are established, and then we eliminated that word facilitated. Parameter 4, clear procedures. 4, we added multi-stakeholders and participation to be defined. So there are some words that we saw that were key that we should add in to make the statements become strong. Parameter 5, transparency and easy accessibility of information. That word was missing. Now, if we are dealing with people in the villages, they are very far. They need to information so easily. If you just leave it and without that word, anybody can say this one, maybe it can, information will reach them. Can we continue with the responsible parties? The responsible parties, we said this could be the relevant MDS, the local government, CSOs, religious and cultural institutions, or I think that was opinion leaders, CBOs, for instance, the IPOs. Then we gave it a time frame of 3 years. Let us continue to another one. That was again theme 4.2. Promote adequate participatory procedures for the meaningful participation of indigenous people and local communities of village. So we had the outcome indicator there. On the parameters, we also added something and removed something, and that is labeled -3. Percentage representative of IPLCs versus total of people that we said support. No, we said, let us remove that one. Participate in the monitoring of REDD plus actions. So we thought that maybe if we add that one, it would be a bit more. If you are pronouncing, so that's what we added. Then the responsible parties, we think that is the REDD plus secretariat, local government, the IPL was, and then we give it a time frame of 3 years. Continue. That's why it's stopped. I want to take this opportunity to thank the group members of Group 2 for having delivered what I've also delivered without additions or subtraction. Thank you very much.
Yes, a big round of applause to Group 2. Thank you very much, members, for the hard work that you have done. You have done so far. It was hard in the sense that this some of you, this is your first time to see that concept. But there is quite to build up or is Zambia's work. So Zambia, if you are going to can come and sum up in a few minutes before I call the sessions. Thank you. Members, I'm very grateful for the input you have provided into this national document, and also as an input into the capacity building that we were making. So it will serve both purposes, and I will work with the MLA team to combine the outcomes of your input in this report. I will not take long on this one, and the presenter, unless there are additional questions that you want to be clarified from our side, I would like to hand over to our next item on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Actually, when I was listening to this feedback, I was extremely impressed how you very quickly dived into this unique area and pretty well. It was
I wasn't very sure that you would unpack it the way you've done it, because we didn't give you enough time to, to understand some of these things. So I am very sure that we are meeting the objectives of this capacity building workshop, because if you can unpack and try to explain and try to, connect and link, these thematic areas and the gaps that have been identified and what you think we need to do better. I think, to me, it's very good work done, and it shows actually that we're moving in the right direction in terms of building a message. Our target is to get out of here by 1 o'clock. So you can imagine we are almost half past noon. And the next item is just going to quickly try to understand further what capacity needs we, or the gaps that we have for us to advance this work on safeguards, particularly with alignment with the active. I hope that we're able to do this in the next 20 minutes. We shall have a very quick and short group work. It can take you 5 minutes, by the way. We've made it so simplified that you can just use 5 or 10 minutes. But whatever you do will give us an indication of to what extent can we build your capacity in the next meeting, the next engagement that we shall have with you. We have tried to avoid some of the details you are seeing in the assessment report that we shared with you prior to coming here. We just want to really see, do we really get this basic? Do we understand the basic things about the safeguards, as well as a bit of new idea, but there are people that should have been here that or should be involved in these discussions, because maybe they're there, you know them. So I was asked to talk about an overview of capacity needs for strengthening safeguard processes for REDD implementation in Uganda. And I felt that I needed to just quickly prepare some slides. There are not many before we dive into a very simple group work that we have. So next slide. Yesterday I talked about the requirements for REDD, the 4 overall elements for REDD plus. You can see them there. I will not repeat them unless if somebody says you cannot see this far. But the last one there is what brings us here today. But I want to let you know, and there was a question that a colleague raised there. I think my brother from Karamoja, if you allow me to use the word Karamoja, maybe it's not very when you say that, is this red thing rhetoric? We thought we had all these things, and when are we going to deliver? Indeed, you recall I told you that REDD is phased into 3, the readiness phase, which we just concluded. And I was trying to ask you how many years quickly between 2008 and now, which were 15 years. So 15 years of making our country ready is not a joke. In fact, I'd like to report to you that Uganda is one of those countries that delivered the readiness faster than many countries. So you can imagine maybe by taking 20 years or so to become ready. And so one of the elements that show that the country is ready is the safeguard information system. Why we call it a system, but it has an objective. Next slide. And the main objective of this safeguard information system is to make sure that the country is able to demonstrate that the Cancun safeguards are being addressed and respected throughout REDD+ implementation, including the readiness phase. But you know that the second phase is about the implementation itself, mainly through REDD+ demo projects, but as well as capacity building. And the last phase is the results-based payments phase. That's when we shall see what you want to see and want to see the carbon credits or the emission reductions are coming from REDD. So it is, step by step. And as we have been talking, you listening to the presentation from Senyonga Derek, you must appreciate that for you to have a credible credit, there are many things, there are a number of things that have to be done. In fact, we have countries whose credits have been blacklisted on the international market because they are not delivering the integrity or the quality that is required of the credits. So issues of safeguards are very important to deliver the good carbon credits. So this safeguard information system is one of those elements that are required for a country to demonstrate that while we are generating these credits through REDD+ implementation, we are addressing and we are compliant with the Cancun safeguards, the level that you know. But important to note is that the information provided as we are trying to address this on environmental and social benefits and risks in our sector of forestry and other land uses makes a significant contribution to us being able to access finance or funding for REDD+ actions, but also to improve the implementation of our strategy that I presented yesterday and the action plan, because it's very difficult for you to implement the strategy if you're not following some of these requirements for safeguards. I mean, it must be needed, it must be within there, but also in terms of informing any policy reform agendas, including the forest policy that we have. How have we, I told you to try and look at the policy, the draft policy that we have, and try to compare it with the REDD+ strategy, and also try to see that safeguards issues have been taken care of in there. Next slide. But while that is happening, we know that for you to show that you have addressed or you have been compliant with the Cancun safeguards, you need to submit a report to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC. Now that report is called a summary of information report. Some people call it a summary of safeguards information report. Depends on, these are just English jargons that the global community uses to correct some people. But there is guidance actually from COP21 in December 2015 on the content of the summary of information report by the UNFCCC. So we have some guidance on that. But of course, we're saying that the developing country parties must be a requirement, but we're also saying the country doesn't want to do that, then it's okay. But they are strongly, that's why I put strongly in brackets, encouraged to submit a summary of information report, because it helps for you to demonstrate that you have been, respecting and addressing these Cancun safeguards. Yeah. Please.
These conventions internationally, we call them, they are equal things. But now, when either, then again, when they say the word strong, it seems it brings some.
Because we are a sovereign state, like other countries are sovereign states. So sometimes the global community doesn't want to be seen to be forcing us. If you are not interested in REDD+, it is okay. I get you. Although we're also saying that we need data for people to appreciate why these requirements are important. And that comes at the end, by the way, because if you want to sell carbon credits and you want to use a REDD framework, which is very powerful on the global market because it delivers the high integrity credit and the high quality credit, then you don't miss out doing all this. So it is sort of like a carrot and stick, but diplomatically, as if. But if you really want to go that direction, There's no doubt. It's almost like a must, you know, but so I agree, but this is not my language.
Does the guidelines speak to the timelines as well?
The guidance, yes. Oh, I mean, no, not really, not exactly that you're supposed to submit each year. It is voluntary for you to submit a summary information report. But let me tell you something, that if you went to the UNFCCC website and you see the number of countries that have submitted the summary information report for safeguards, Uganda is one of them. And that is also the reason why we have attracted quite a lot of partners who want to transact with the country. Yesterday I presented, I told you that we have all those people who have approached us. Even Sanyoga Derek has just told, some of them go direct to climate change department and then they ask them to come to the REDD Plus Secretariat for additional guidance. And that's come to us directly, and then we tell them that we have a climate change department that is the DNL for issues of carbon trade and things like climate change matters. So this is how, and there are many. We just listed those few whom we know that are advancing to a certain extent. But I can assure we have about 25 proponents who want to engage with government and other communities for carbon trade that have come and visited offices just over the last 1 year. So that means that there is something. So when they go to the global, the UNFCCC website, they look at the countries that seem to be ready. So Uganda is one of them. But now they have been, use the word bogged down. Because we need to work within the framework of government, which is the guidelines and regulations, which is the retreat that is taking place in entire. So you find that we haven't yet delivered, my brother, answering to you, responding to your question again, that for us to deliver REDD Plus credits, there are a number of things we do. Right now, there are demo projects we are learning from. Others have not yet been endorsed for actual carbon project. We're learning from the Eco Trust experience over the years and this kind of thing. Now we shall, by the time we go to the results-based payments, we need to have our framework ready. And that's why Uganda joined the REDD, because the REDD standard is currently seen as a very high quality, delivers high quality credits if we use it as an approach or as a standard, to do the computations and do all the other things that are required for REDD Plus transactions. So, this is why we went for it, but we know that there are other standards anyway. So, maybe you can help me to allow me to finish this and then you ask me the questions later. My target is to let you get out of here by 1 o'clock. But we know that in terms of the structure of the summary information report, we have to indicate the activities that are being covered for REDD Plus. We have to indicate and describe each of the safeguards in accordance with national circumstances. So you can never have the same summary information report structure because they are national circumstances. Every country has its own way we deal with safeguards. We have indigenous communities, others don't have. We have so you can never have a casting stone structure, but we're saying that it must have a description of each safeguard in accordance to national circumstances, but also describe the existing systems and processes. Some countries, I told you yesterday, have safeguard information system connected with the national forest monitoring system. Others, have a separate safeguard information system. So others have improved other systems to make sure they take care of the requirements for safeguards. So depending on what the situation is, so you have to describe what's existing in the country in terms of existing systems and processes, but also then have a detailed description of each of the safeguards. So each of the information we have and how the safeguards have been addressed. Quite a thick. Maybe to let you know that we have a huge report which I asked you, which I'll give to Emily to share with you on our safeguards generally situation in the country. 2 reports. One is a summary information report. The first one we submitted, but the other one is that in 2012 we ran through the Cancun safeguards and tried to look at how this country is in terms of safeguards. So we have a certain report that you can also read in order to build additional capacity. But maybe to mention that if you want to use the safeguard information system to deliver a summary information, because this is the initial requirement. The first time I touched base with the REDD Plus is in a place called the Calabar in Nigeria. There was the first African Academy for Red Bloods, and I represented Uganda in that academy. And I've never forgotten one of the experts from the United Nations, from UNDP at that time, who said that we need that the summary of information report should actually be generated from the safeguard information system. I mean, that is the requirement. However, over time, they've realized that it's very expensive to have a functional safeguard information system that can deliver that kind of thing. So what is happening is that if you really want it to deliver, then you must structure the information system in a manner that can influence the structure of the summary of information system. In other words, they should be speaking to each other. So within the system, you could do a report just within the system. I mean, this is a huge piece of work that is required. Uganda, I mentioned, has a safeguard information system webpage. We shall give you the link to that. But beyond the webpage, you can then have a comprehensive digitized system where all the partners in this room, if you are doing a REDD+ activity and you have safeguards things that your data that you can provide to the system, you just connect to the system. And the safeguard information system manager there, Nathan and his team, they should be able to synthesize and summarize the information you're sharing the system. But I'll get there with time. Next slide. So very quickly, these are the 7 Cancun safeguards. Why am I throwing them here when I'm talking about capacity needs for safeguards? Is because this is a foundation. The 7 Cancun safeguards is a foundation. Our brother said that they took a flight to Cancun, and I'm not sure whether when you landed in Cancun, they took you through the city of Cancun effectively for you to visit. In other words, whether you can unpack each of these Cancun safeguards and understand what exactly they mean, and try to imagine why we have them. Because for you to come up with 7 Cancun safeguards, there was a global community. Experts in Uganda, including Xavier and many others, were involved in a meeting in Cancun, and they discussed each of these, and came up with the 7 Cancun safeguards that was every country that is participating in these things must report to show how they are respecting and addressing these safeguards, because safeguards are important. The issue of stakeholder engagement, for example. You can't deliver credible credit if people have not been involved in some of the architecture of making sure that this credit comes out. I mean, if indigenous communities, for example, are complaining about the investment that you have in that community or in that forest that you have, it's very difficult for that credit. If it comes out, if they raise the red flag, you can never set that credit. Let me give you an example. You might have heard of FACE, it used to be called FACE Foundation. Now it's called FACE for the Future standard with the UA. Anybody who has heard about it, put up your hand. So you see how we need to build additional capacity of what is going on in the country. Because UA was one of the first, if not the first, institutions to engage in carbon trade. And they worked with the FACE Foundation, now FACE for the Future. They changed the name a bit, I don't know why. The other day, certain company's name was changed, I don't know why. But people keep changing names. So FACE Foundation became FACE for the Future. I was about to give the example of the company, but you might record me now. And I'm saying this to all over the place. But those guys were working in Mount Elgon National Park and Chibale National Park. But over time, because of the complaints of the indigenous communities in Mount Elgon, they shifted and now work only in Chibale National Park. Because the global community, when there is a complaint, you are throwing us out of the land, even if it might not be true, but you see, you are, infringing on our rights to access all this. The global community will take note. And the buyers of the credits will be quite hesitant to pay for such credits. I'm just giving an example. That is how powerful the REDD+ safeguards can be when you want to sell credits to the global community. If it was just an issue of selling credits within here, that's a different story. But the carbon credits is an international market. Actually, somebody was saying it's an export, it means it's an export of sorts. So I want you to be sure that you understand these carbon safeguards. I cannot do that now, but take time, read them, unpack them. What does each of these mean? Next slide. And it's because of those carbon safeguards that even when, next slide, that even when we are here, we are trying to look at the trees standard and try to look at how we are trying to improve our water elements in view of the trees. But if you're talking about safeguards, which is one of the water elements, I want you to understand that we got the 7, and if you are listening to Xavier properly, because you see, this is where when you're in such a meeting, the kind of question they must be asking is that what is the connection between Cancun safeguards and the safeguards requirements for trees, for example. The trees understood that the Cancun safeguards are the ones that are recognized by UNFCCC. But this is a standard which can apply for beyond REDD, actually, depending. And there are also other standards. So what they did was to get the 7 Cancun safeguards and put them into 14 things. You saw the things, you count them, they are 14. When that happened, then they went ahead to unpack the things into a further 44 indicators. And you'll be looking at those indicators there. So Uganda is expected to provide evidence of whether we conform those indicators as we do REDD implementation during this phase of implementation, and also during the other time when we want to access resource-based payments. Or even just prepare a plan to make sure we conform. Conformity requires the identification and collection of information that will provide that evidence that we're talking about. And that's why you went through that exercise, because we just wanted to see, can you connect and link these? And also try to understand that, oh, they are, these indicators, and then they're doing thematic areas and all this kind of stuff. It is part of capacity building. But in summary, that is what happened. And then, of course, need for us for capacity requirement to identify, collect, provide this information. So what kind of capacity do we need in order to have this information available? So the next slide is talking about what are the broader things we think at the REDD Secretary that we must have as people involved in safeguards conversations. Next slide, my brother. So we're saying that these are the broader things you should understand. First of all, as I said, you must know what is Cancun safeguards. This is the starting point. The Cancun safeguards, what are they? And why are they there? Why are they looking us into these Cancun safeguards? Uganda is a participating country at the COPs. We are going to Dubai in November, late November and December. And there are decisions which are made there. And that's why we always would want to request you, if you can, to join. Government may not be able to fund you, but you join, non-state actors join as observers. Government officials join as delegates. I don't know why there is that that kind of thing. But from a governance, I'm from the governance side, so I look at all the things from a governance point of view. No, not governance side, because but I came from a governance background, So issues of transparency and all these things are allowed to understand better. So you need to understand the Cancun safeguards because they are key. And that was because human capital, the technical need for you to understand it, you really must understand the technical aspects of why and what, and how to measure them and things like that. But also, it's good for you to know the actions and the people talking about here, which brings us into this meeting. What are those safeguards requirements? But also try to understand, and I was telling my brother there, who was saying that when I have my piece of land and they are avoided deforestation, you'll be hearing of avoided and planned deforestation, all those technology, but don't get scared, as long as you understand the principle. However, sometimes it is costly for you to address these requirements. The cost can be involved. For example, even here, as a country, for us to make sure we have all the things, we hired a consultant and just paid for some time to be able to come up with all these things, alignment with our trees and do the assessment. And we are given more people to to continue working on these safeguards issues so that Uganda is ready. In case the country wants now to sell credits through REDD+ using the R3 standards, we shall just present REDD+ as being ready for us to proceed, and we help, I call it help the country, because REDD+ credits are more, they go through a lot of scrutiny. So we need money to make sure we align. So so we think that you need to understand what are the cost requiring, implications for us to align ourselves to R3 as a money element in it. So finance is needed. Benefit sharing. You have been talking about benefit sharing. I think the lady from, I forget the institution, but you asked the question about benefit sharing. How is this whole thing? And yes, the guidelines that were prepared for the mechanism or the carbon markets have an element of benefit sharing incorporated in there. But why did it come through? It's because the REDD+ is emphasizing the need for communities to benefit more than anything. Because of the things that are happening, communities are, a part and parcel. It's very difficult for you to leave out the communities if you really unpack the meaning of communities. So we need to understand that. The non-cash benefits related to REDD+ transaction and things like that. Next slide. You need to understand the safeguard information system. What's the architecture? What about the design elements and the design requirements for a safeguard information system? And people talking about safeguards, it's important to know that at the global level, a country must have a system that is going to be used to report. What is this? What is it that we do in this system? How is it designed? And all these kind of things. You need to understand them, including the summary information report. Issues of social governance. We keep talking about respect for rights, transparency, access to information, accountability, rule of law, participation and equity, professionalism, good lawmaking, policy here, cross-sectoral coordination and things like that. It's still the safeguards issues. You need to understand them across. So you need to read the assessment report. You need to read additional documentation to be able to appreciate that. But as you do all that, the UN REDD, which is supporting this process, has some guidelines on stakeholder engagement. And you know that we've been talking about stakeholder engagement as one of the campus safeguards. So it's better for you, it's important for you to understand some of these global documents that we use and make reference to. Very soon we are going to have consultant assist us on stakeholder engagements for this process. And so you need to understand what are the UN REDD requirements of guidelines for stakeholder engagement. Issues of appropriate representation. You can have people represented, but whether the quality of representation is what we need, is true or not, it's good quality. Those are all issues. Next slide. And so I just wanted to highlight those kind of things. Broadly, we think capacity needs for you, but just to very quickly appreciate, and this slide is going to stay there for the two groups. For us, just to do a very quick assessment. I know we have 2 minutes to 1 o'clock, so I'll try to deliver the 1 p.m. promise, but maybe 15 minutes later, we should be out of here if we are able to handle this quickly. So even when you read through these 3 questions that I've asked you, I'm sure that you can deliver them in 5 minutes in the groups. But I want you to reflect on those things that these slides are going to be shared with you. Reflect on those broad things, the REDD+ secretariat, things that you need to have capacity if you want to be comfortable in this sphere of safeguards. Now, this issue of safeguards, let me tell you something. You must be able to think. You must be able to be open-minded to appreciate it. Sometimes it's abstract because somebody may not appreciate why the IC, for example, the Benet, the Batwa should be involved in these processes. So you must be a very open-minded person. You must be a person who is able to accommodate others. This is what I keep telling you. That for you to be a person with the governance eye, you must be able to accommodate other people. Don't be selfish. So reflect on the things that we have talked about. If you have a project, make sure a REDD project later, because you might be involved. So many people have been coming here asking us which NGO can we work with to deliver this project on carbon. And we've been asking you know, we have been sending them to you sometimes. If they have come, I don't know. If they haven't, maybe they have done a due diligence on your institution and maybe they have some issues, I don't know. But we have been sending them along. That these are the partners we have been talking to over time on issues of climate change and the carbon trade and all these things. And most of you are here. We have sent people to you. The can is here. I know we have sent about 2 people. I don't know that they have approached or not, but maybe they are coming. But so when you understand this, it helps you to engage into these carbon conversations better than any other people in the country. We also want to have a mass of people who understand these topics. Because this is an emerging area, you can never run away from it. It is even going to cause policy shifts. If I tell you what's happening, even in the cabinet meeting we had yesterday and all the other meetings, we don't talk about those meetings, but maybe just to let you know that the issue of carbon trade will be taken very serious. And one of these days, we might have some policy or even institutional shift just because of this conversation of carbon. All right, so we maintain our groups, in my view. We start tackling those 3 questions. If you have any question, please ask. No. You for all the 3 questions. I beg your pardon.
Some group
You participate. Okay. How few?
around 5.
What happened? So if there are new people, let those people who came today or later after we let them join the other group. That one harder you can handle. But the point is that let's maintain the 2 groups. And if other we can identify people who can shift to the other group, definitely. We utilize another 10 minutes and we come to the close of this workshop. But maybe just to let you know that this is just the beginning. We want to do capacity building in a manner which will be effective. We don't want to rush you. We know that talk about campus safeguards is the new topic, acting is the new thing. And so we don't want to rush you, and yet we want you to be the experts in this country who will be able to discuss with confidence. And to be sincere, you guys have listened to all these presentations, and Emily has done a very good job. To invite you, I keep seeing the same faces, you know, because the institutions that work in this sphere are also not so many. I keep seeing you guys, and then you keep asking the same question. Sometimes I'm like, but what's going on? Are we not doing a good job? Maybe we need to do better anyway. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner. Non-attendance of nothing for people who is presenting, so don't wait for the moderator to tell you the platform so that they say the person. So without wasting a lot of time, I don't know whether you have some questions, Commissioner, but I will entertain only 2.
Thank you, Bob, for ably articulating this. However, I'm sitting on a fence as regarding the safeguards. My question is if they are airtight and we are comfortable as a Uganda, but we are airtight. And I have a reason why. That our issues or our fears wouldn't be about at the national level. I'm looking at the global middlemen who already know how big the market is, and will be coming in with several billions, probably hundreds of it. And then because we're not ready and probably don't understand, we settle for less. So are these safeguards for us airtight? That's what I had wanted to raise. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think Commissioner has had your question.
Well, it's a difficult question for me. That means that maybe, yes, I mean, if a decision has been made, for example, at a global level, then it becomes a bit tight to that level. However, we normally look at the national circumstances and trying to see how can we incorporate this within our regulation, for example, and the guidelines, so that we don't get taken up or hijacked by what I can easily call greenwashers or cowboys of carbon and things like that, because they're also closely watching what we are doing in terms of the regulations and guidelines, and I'm sure that they can influence behind the scenes to make sure that their interests are taken care of. But for us as civil servants, we swear an oath to take care of our country in so many ways, and that's the reason why after here I'm rushing to Entebbe, because I would want to be sure that some of these beautiful things that REDD+ brings into this conversation, the transparency, the rights, access rights, and rights to the carbon and all these things, effectively incorporated into these guidelines and regulations as we move forward. So,
what happened in the oil industry, where everybody shows up, they're going to do that, and then the regulations are in the UK or wherever, you change even before you can receive the profits of the oil. Some other people already benefited from the carbon.
Well, we are watching that closely. Carbon is, yes, it has some similarities with oil, but it's a bit different in the sense that there are those VVBs, there are those validation verification bodies, there are those right now we have something called the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Council and all these kind of bodies. They watch closely these things, and in case there is anything, a red flag normally is raised. If you have been on social media, you might have heard what's happening in Zimbabwe. You might have heard what happened to some of the Vera credits in Kenya and things like that, because there were things that were missing, especially social issues of rights, social rights, access rights, and all these things, carbon rights. So I think carbon is a bit, because it allows for there's all this global mechanism for people to come and meet, and civil society organizations are very strong. Apparently, if you talk about safeguards, I've seen in South America, there's even a standard which is for civil society organizations, just to sort of try to look at these safeguards issues, try to see whether all these things, countries are complying with the safeguards requirements. For I'm giving an example of the fact that, yes, carbon things are similar to oil, but not very much so. We have an opportunity, I must say, for us to do something. And that's why these regulations they were preparing are extremely central. The consultations are going to be bigger than now. There was a question raised, the concern that the things are kept at the ministry. That's not correct. It's the task force, which is in the retreat now. And that task force is comprised of even representatives of civil society organizations. And indigenous people and all these kind of people. So, but consultations are going to continue, and you will be reached. We shall just ask everybody organize the people you work with, and the consultant will come here during the consultations. And I can even raise that in this the retreat to say we need to talk to this group of persons so that we're able to really be sure that what we're getting out is something. Please have some confidence in us. We know that we are surrounded by some elements, wrong elements all over the place. The ones that people want to call mafias of carbon, but let's do our best. I know that we have the power to stop them from within the regulations and guidelines. At least we have an opportunity, I must say. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, participants, for listening. I didn't say no nodding. This you know that when Bob was presenting, someone came nodding in the second. Yeah. So we are now moving into groups. Those three questions that Bob raised. I think we maintain the two groups. Number two, what we are those from group one can come and join.
But is that how it is? I think there were people who came in maybe after or something.
No one came to bed. All were raised.
So how come that we have only the people that?
Maybe something.
We need to assess that.
So group one should remain there and group two come this side. Group three remain for this group.
So maybe as guidance, you can have about 3 slides for this. Each of the questions, a slide. When you are ready, you give us an explanation. If you say that yes, I have a good understanding, as a group, you can average your understanding of anything. Then you can give an explanation why are you saying that, and then for the last question, you can list about 3 for each group, people that really must be here without failing. I would be very disturbed if I see you saying non-state actors or NGOs must be here. You already, I mean, we have a mechanism of having you. I'm sure you appreciate that. There are people that we think should be here, but they are not here. Not in this meeting, but they are not in this. You think they are not involved in this whole thing. Nema was invited to this meeting. Was it not? Nema was invited to this meeting. They have just failed to turn up. I wonder whether they gave an apology to that event. The NFA was also invited in this meeting. They, No. You see, well, let's start the group one. Let me tell you, these are voluntary processes. You can't force people to be here, and when they come later, we shall say, oh, you will involve me. You shall tell them, please stop it. Quiet. We have invited you several times, have never come. So just stop it. So we shall tell them, don't worry about that. Leave that to us. We shall handle. We'll handle it. But of course, we would be happy to have all these people involved. But if they don't come and they don't give apologies, we pack them at the consultation maybe later. If we invite them 3 times, they don't appear, we leave them. We match them. Okay, we shall match. We're really going to match some of them. Okay, colleagues, if you can do 5 minutes, that would be great. It's the easiest group work I've ever come across in the world. The easiest group work. Writing, yeah. And then explaining.
Okay, now this now is agenda. Okay, let us. Starting with number one. I know here people have close. What we say, it's hard to meet in one. Good. So I don't know whether we're taking one.
Say that we should take the average. That's what you say.
So we are taking the average. So this one, we are willing to show. So what we are going to do. So, for number one, people who are saying that. Let me perfect it again. You are right now. So those who are saying that you are for number one, very much understood. You will make it easy to be sure how you are. One. Yes, those who are saying somehow good. Yeah. Yeah. Five. Six. Huh? Then those who are saying fair.
Very much.
Yeah, so that is the first one for three. So your mind by say. So now that means we take. So we are going to do
Oh, when you were.
Remember you are right. That means 8. Because now that's so only one person we are 9. Who missed to put up the hand? Not that they are ever there.
By the way, in democracy, those who
they are there.
they are there.
So okay. For them, they know where they come. Okay, now that I'm saying that they are fairly understood. So can you put number one?
So you have to.
And now you people you say that you are more. So now I will start. We are very many. We are going to keep this one. I'll just start with the last one.
I think it was fair. Actually, good is fair. It is fairly understood. There are some concepts I fix, but there are some other Let's understand.
Environment, social assessment.
It's social assessment.
Strategic environment, social assessment. And social assessment. It's all discussed.
Which one?
SEMF.
SEL.
The first one is environment. The first one is strategic.
Strategic. The time was allocated. Presentation. The enrichment that has taken time. Then you deliver just 2 hours. The time of presentation.
We are putting some results.
Yeah. We always.
No, we are somehow. Yeah, one is on one is on. So there is for us.
So the other explanation.
Yes, well, good. Number one.
Yeah.
We shall say.
What?
Yeah, one should be. When you look at what I think, actually my submission was to be like Dr. Paul, this to show something the way for but his thing was for.
Excuse me. Number one, question one.
When you read
After providing that you have chosen two, then you provide a brief explanation for that. That's why I will choose two. That's the only we are giving. Let us finish this one. You shall get at the best.
Okay.
You shall get at the best.
She said. She gave was
For two.
I had a trade. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm saying that was specific.
Specific allocation.
Specific environmental assessment, environment management. You may not apply. We are giving reasons why we chose.
She realizes she's telling you the person writing that please consider.
But it's not a pity.
It's not subject for
The answer is pity in one also.
Now,
Why she chose two? Because she just some possible.
I believe that. Yeah. So I believe that. Now, with me, I feel number one, then I should have gone because it has unpacked. It has unpacked the entire process of how safeguards can be run in relevance. One of it is it has shown us the comparison of how our national program and the international expectations are supposed to be through the state.
Some of the questions. The question is asking, how have they covered all whatever they have given us? If you are ready and yourself, I'm saying that you clearly understand it very well. Everybody wants to everybody concerned about that. So if it is not very well, that means that you need to talk. It is for good or fair. If you didn't understand, that means you're on three, don't understand. And this one she was sat down. But she then I also say the time if somebody is able to explain something, doesn't mean that the person look after you. I need to take time to understand. If we are say what is this book? Able to present that was I think that's what more advice. Yeah, I think I've seen more than I do. We understood. So we didn't say that. So like that. Look at the people when we're doing it. Yes, yes. So let me read the rest. Let me read the rest. Rating of the understood well as so those are the results we are doing. They get paid.
What I was saying, we are assessing of two things. We have the campaign safeguards, that's number one, and we have the acts safeguards, that's number two. When you look at these questions, there is question one and question two. Every time you do a cross so that's what I would say, because Cesar is from us.
If I remove it, another assessment. The strategic environment assessment.
Yeah, that's number one. So the first question, to understand the concept that that is number one. If people understand the concept,
then we are with the other.
then they are able to understand the concept. If people here understand the concept. For me myself, actually, that's what she was saying. For me, I didn't understand.
Okay, so you are even for me. So we go for the second. We go for the second one. We go for the second one. And also, for the chairman. So the chairman should ask him. Please. Now I'm asking for the last time. You still have some contribution on number one. So number one says, what we have here is some steps that understood well such as environment assessment and strategic environment management framework. Okay, thank you.
That terms are still important.
Yeah. So we don't know. So we remove it. Okay, can we just now we are going for two. Let us read our thoughts. Number show hand. Those who are saying very much understood. Those who are saying somehow well understood.
very fairly understood that. That's my submission. I need to understand.
Don't explain it, you can explain later.
No.
No, just put up for you. Wait,
No, for one. I'm sure
we put up, I'm counting.
I misunderstood. I misunderstood. When we were voting first, I understood, most people here understood the arts. But when it comes to Kankan, and my brother will not understand anything. The first one was voting with.
Those are who are saying, those are asking, those are who are saying, then two, fairly understood. Yes. Majority.
Don't we did this thing for
I'm counting. No. Very understood. I think at least.
I understood that.
Yeah, that's all. We are ready. Why are you holding? Two. 1, 2, 3. 2, 4, 5. That's our 5. Then what understood.
Good man.
Majority are saying. Was it? For yesterday, when we were reaching there's all things. When you go up there, you read it, you see that thing.
Okay, the thing is, it's actually I was frustrated with the energy that it's very to know that I'm in this situation.
Now, let me clarify. Remember when they were talking about the things? Excuse me.
Actually, which one had more 7?
And that's why they see me.
Okay.
No, let's talk this. When you look at the themes, the outcomes, and the other outputs of the parameters. Also, I can't get from that the council.
I see well, because they added strategic there were 7. Then it is from those 7 that these things have been.
So right now, we are just ready. So we are just I was just required. No, my reason is
Okay, let us go to the list. Where we are going. I need to Can you support your answer? See, only two.
No, we are
keeping thing. We said the time was the close cutting issue. The third is and the another thing that really comes with that. Otherwise, where you go, you go back and this repeat whatever. It is so. Because we are not big. So that's not a big kind of presentation. These people get the adults.
I know
Number 3.
So interesting, but we proceed.
They were called NFTs.
They're looking at it. Forest officers of the past, they are looking at it.
Yes, now they just
fall under national resources.
What tell you? Let me tell you.
For us, we have regular offices.
They need to some districts. We are looking for
In certain instances, forest officers.
what I'm saying. Maybe certain districts. Religious.
Good. Like we were guided by the commissioner that this should take very few minutes. Mr. Haddad, I think you had suspended the discussions now for presentation. And they are busy again discussing. So you are through. Good. They are through with their thing. How many minutes do we have? Two. You can praise the Lord. You want to go and have lunch.
Explain without example.
There are three questions for group 2. One, we are meant to raise whatever group. We are one from the other side, we are two from this side. Our group, anyway. We are meant to rate our over understanding of the carbon safeguards for REDD+. And this is informed by our being here yesterday and today, maybe moving forward. We are guided by answers. And the rating is 2. 2 was representing good and fair. The justification is that the 7 carbon safeguards were taken through yesterday, in our view, were well presented by the presenters to us. They were well listed by the presenters since yesterday, and that's why we are in the position to say that there are 17. There are 7 in number, and I think your understanding is good to go. We are not as we were before we came here. No, this is our work, not your one. Excuse me. Excuse me. Pay attention to details. Number 2. Number 2 is good and fair. We have not said it's excellent. Yes. So, number 2, we also meant to rate our understanding of the safeguards requirements for the RTs for the standard. And of course, aware that these are the architects for REDD standards. And the trees are ideally the action. So, much as we were told that the art is the architect for the REDD standard, and the trees are the actions. But ideally, we didn't get the real meat. So we still have a scant understanding. So the rating is 3, not well understood. Therefore, there is need for more capacity building to understand and appreciate the art and the trees better. So moving forward, we cannot every articulate it. That's why we said it. Our articulation, somebody who was not here, is scanted. So we need more capacity on that. The integrity is there. Number 3, what stakeholders do you think should not be left out when engaging stakeholders safeguards? We have about 4 here, but the academia to us is important. The researchers bring out evidence is very important. Cultural institutions, the faith-based institutions, the Inspectorate of Government, the Uganda Human Rights Commission, the Opportunities Commission, the indigenous peoples, that is the Iki, Batwa, the Demos, and etc. We don't group others. When you say others, again, you're going into the key population. So you say it is, when you say others, you're going into the key population. Then, of course, our government MDS, ministries and department agencies, the private sector, the media. What do you think? Thank you. Thank you. You present.
As they connect, good afternoon, everybody. Group 2, we went through voting. We voted, and as some of us were beaten. And we talked, those who also said good, fairly understood, There were 8 and one said that he, for him was not falling anywhere. So they gave reasons. We're agreeing with fair score understanding because some safeguards were understood while others, such as strategic environmental management framework, were not understood. Secondly, the time was not enough. Thirdly, the terms are still complex. So it's like your first time to deliver a baby. So when you are not used to it, it becomes at times a bit hard. Or if they ask you that, have you known everything to look after this baby? So we are still learning. On two, still here we're almost 50-50. Those ones who say good fairly understood were 5, and those ones who say that things were hard, they were 3. The reason being that you see, when they were giving out, when they were lecturing us, let me call it a lecture, we were not given handouts where you could reflect back. Yeah? So at times something would pass, and then because of time you can't call back, and then they explain. So we saw that if some of us were given where we can reflect back, maybe also people would understand it better. And also still time. You see, coming up with such a report or draft, it takes time. And then for us, we are given some few hours, so it becomes a bit difficult for somebody to internalize and understand, and then maybe also might come up with gaps. The ones who are given time and they are able to see such gaps, then for us. So we tried our level best. So we saw that maybe next time if they can add on some days for such workshops, find that we can get to know each other. So suddenly we said that also still the thing is still complex. Lastly, you can see even now we are not even finished. These are some of the stakeholders that we hope that shouldn't be left out. The Ministry of Gender, local government, cultural institutions, religious institutions, private sector, and political leadership, among others. No, so we shall add on if we are given the time also. Thank you. Thanks, team members. Next time also, but you can vote for me for another day.
Yes, thank you very much, members. We have now reached the bottom of the building workshop, and this lecture, I would like you to clap for yourselves because each and everyone has contributed. I'll now invite Commissioner Bob to sum up all this and then invite the person who is supposed to close the meeting.
And thank you very much. True, indeed, I'm amazed. And for me, this very quickly tells me what to do in terms of to what extent we can build additional capacity, because we didn't want to assume a lot that maybe you have understood this in these few days. But I also challenge you to ask about this called Google. For some of these are global documents also there that you can just try to understand them. They help you to become one of the few Ugandans who understand this topic, because in the future you will be called upon to provide some support to NGOs, to other people who are interested in advancing, carbon, trade and carbon, but while making reference to the safeguard requirements. So thank you very much. We going to use it to be able to organize another capacity engagement with you as soon as possible. We don't want to stay for a very long time without engaging you, because you might rust, and so you'll have a conversation with Emily and the other partners to see that we engage you as soon as possible. Maybe just a very quick one. The art trees, it is the trees which is actually the standard. The trees, not just the action, but the trees is the standard for the architecture for REDD+ transactions. So I just wanted to make that a bit clear. Okay, I don't want to keep you here for a very long time. I would like to ask the manager or the coordinator for these safeguards to wrap up this engagement. Nathan, I just want to re-emphasize that when you look at our REDD+ strategy, you look at our documentation, the safeguard information system. The department that is in charge of safeguards is the Department for Environment, the Secretary Services Support Department, which is headed by a commissioner for that department. But in the wisdom of the ministry, Nathan was more technically, he was the best person we could have as a country to lead that process. And I can tell you, he's also the safeguards focal point for some of the wonderful projects like IFAS. I think even the GCF projects, all these is the guy who works on these safeguards issues in his department. So it's quite to ask if you have the capacity to deliver us through this safeguards journey. It's not easy. It requires you to be open-minded. It requires you to be able to accommodate people and all these kind of things. So Nathan, please, you're welcome.
Thank you, Bob. In government, we don't invite the higher level person, we invite the lower level. So we should have that to invite me. Ladies and gentlemen, he has amply described who I am. So I'm not here as permanent secretary as he was yesterday, neither am I here as a minister, but the safeguards expert. In that portfolio, actually that's what I do in that department. So, and since it is environment sector support services, we support other ministries, departments, and agencies. So when it comes to safeguards, whether it is Ministry of Finance, whether it is where I do offer that support. So on behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, I want to thank you. Now that we have successfully come to the end of this meeting, I thank you for finding time to come and be part of this. We don't want to take this for granted. It was short notice, as was pointed out yesterday. Actually, last week, by Tuesday, we were still debating whether this meeting would take place. And we took that decision and said, let us go on with the meeting. So I'm glad that at least we have been able to get the participants that we wanted, though some were still missed, some didn't make it. But only it didn't come to add up the numbers, but it's been very active. Because right from the sessions, if we didn't cut you short, we would have gone here for maybe this whole week. And we apologize for the short time that you have spent here, but at least something has been achieved out of this engagement. And just the last session, I think it is a good evaluation session. I think it has the evaluation for this meeting because we've gotten the feedback about the capacity needs and what needs to be done. So we take note of all those comments. Special thanks to Emily for coordinating this. I hope you now understand why Emily and what is the link between Emily and the Ministry of Water and Environment, and why is it that we are working that way. Yeah, we took a decision as the ministry when we were getting that technical assistance from UNEP that let us have this all channel through Emily because of the trust that we've had with you. Not that we don't trust the rest, but as one of those, the ministry has an MOU with the ENR or CESCO network, the ENR CESCO network. And so we are delighted to pick out any of those that we have worked closely with. So, Emily, you are the one now holding our name as the ministry, because we are the ones who fronted you and said, please let all this come through them. We know them, we shall work well with them. And so we have just done one of the many activities that we are going to do with this technical assistance.
And as has been mentioned, we hope to engage more with this because the discussion on safeguards is still on. So thank you for bringing us together and coordinating this, and also the other aspects that you are coordinating. And then to the facilitators, including myself, Xavier, Bob, we had our colleagues from climate change. I want to thank you. I think we are leaving this place better than we came. You've already said it. And we know that the discussion on REDD+, people still don't know where we are, because at some point people were excited when it was coming, then we went silent for some time. But now at least those who have been part of this meeting are now able to tell people what is happening with REDD+. And we still state that we have just completed the readiness phase. We are just about to begin, but people thought that maybe the project ended and people just went silent. So I thank you very much, the facilitators, for that good work. And since this is campus building, I know even when you get there, they say Cancun safeguards. They will didn't ask what is Cancun. They might think it's an English word. But so those who are here are better than those who have not been able to come for this meeting, I believe. We shall have more engagements, as I've already said. We have some consultancies that are going to take place under that same support, still to prepare the country on the front of safeguards. And so when you call upon you soon, please don't hesitate to come and join in the discussion, and also give input like you've done. It was really so enticing to hear all that you have said, and our being here throughout the time was intentional. You know, holding Bob here for these 2 days is not usual, but we have given this priority, and we know that feedback from this is going to take us to another level. As coordinator of safeguards, I'm not usually comfortable to handle safeguards simply because donors require us to do so. It is our own thing. And when you look critically, it is for our own benefit that we address safeguards. So as we get more comforts from this capacity building, I know we shall get more people that will be talking about safeguards and not leave that to me alone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the reason why you haven't gone for lunch, so I shouldn't really make it longer than this. I thank you very much. I wish you the mercies for God and my country. I declare officially closed.
Yeah, thank you. Though you've officially closed, but there are some administrative issues that others leave behind. Yeah. Respectively, on behalf of community, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to whoever invited and managed to come and be part of this meeting. A special thanks goes to the Minister of the Environment, especially Commissioner Senior Environment Officer and in charge of safeguards, Mr. Xavier Mgumia. Well appreciated. Thank you very much for the support. For the support channel through you, you to anything. So administratively, your money will be channeled through your mobile number, which you given us, and the secretary is working tirelessly to make sure that we get it as soon as possible. So I will borrow Nathan's words, messages. They will be going. So wish you many messages to your respective destination. Thank you.
Let me come.